Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2025 Canadian Derby Canadian Oaks preview. Beautiful Friday morning at the beautiful Saturday morning at the mile, and we got track announcer Dylan Beardy, racing analyst Gentry Van Ball, going to be looking at some of the Derby preview horses for this morning.
This week, but we are getting a look at a past Canadian Derby winner on the screen right now. That's uncharacteristic for Rob Van Overshot. Looks like Alex Marty is back aboard on him this morning. He looks great. We've seen him a couple times already. A pretty successful horse. Also won the Manitoba Derby a couple years back.
Yeah, definitely a horse that's not hard to miss on the racetrack for sure, and getting a good stride going this morning. And it's going to be interesting to see these Derby and Oaks contenders here this morning and getting a feel for the racetrack as we're only just a quick week away from the Canadian Derby.
It's come up pretty darn quick. Of course, we'll have the four major stakes races on Derby Day. Just behind uncharacteristic on the track a little while back is Chase the Sun, I believe, who did run a really solid second over at Assiniboia on Manitoba Derby Day as well. So the Rob Van Overshot barn has a couple bullets in there, including Border Song. I'm not sure if we'll see that one out today, but that's one of your Canadian Derby contenders as well.
Yeah, we got those, like you said, four major stake races Saturday night: Canadian Derby, Century Casino Oaks, Speed to Spare, Northlands Distaff, and we'll be making that draw on Tuesday for those four major stake races, and a live draw for the Canadian Derby and the Century Casino Oaks.
We're looking forward to hopefully having a couple horses joining us from Assiniboia, from British Columbia as well. I believe Accidental Genius is on site after just running second over at a BC Stakes a couple weeks back as well. So that'll be a nice one to watch. And yeah, like mentioned, a couple of Assiniboia invaders will be looking to come in here as well.
We're going to talk about the Century Casino Oaks first. We got a competitive lineup when it comes to the nominations, and a lot of tough horses that have just been racing lights out here the last couple of weeks. Looking at the nominations, we have 10 of them nominated, and there's some tough horses in there. Don't Give Up the Fight won a couple weeks ago. A very impressive winner there. You got G. I'm Foxy, who I believe I seen on the TV just a few days ago.
Yeah, I think she worked a couple days back, but she has been an absolute beast, to say the least. I think she won over by 27 lengths out of her last three starts, something crazy like that. So she'll definitely be a front runner. I don't believe Running Away will be making the trip up here, so that frees up a little bit. But welcome to Hollywood, of course, being one of the Manitoba invaders, just won the Manitoba Oaks.
Trying to look for that Western Canada sweep here in the Century Casino Oaks is welcome to Hollywood. And that track looks lightning fast. If we get a track like this next Saturday, things are going to be shaping up.
Absolutely. Like mentioned, we've had a lot of rain, but definitely a thank you to our track crew for trying to keep on top of everything and make sure everybody is safe, happy, and healthy.
In terms of the Canadian Derby, we got a lot of tough 3-year-olds entering for this 96th running. And coming into the weekend, you got Dancing Porky, who won the Grand Prairie Derby. You got Take Charge Tom, who crossed the wire first in the Manitoba Derby. And he's nominated with Rashid Hughes aboard again.
Absolutely. It should be a competitive field. I'm excited to see. They'll be, I believe, entering for most of the other races. We've got Friday racing, too. We always talk about Canadian Derby weekend, but we will have our Friday card as well at 6:15. And then the Saturday, of course, is the big day. We'll have the 2-year-old stakes on Friday as well. Princess Margaret, Canadian Juvenile. So that'll be a nice showcase of maybe some future Canadian Derby contenders.
As we wait for some of our contenders to come onto the racetrack, leading thoroughbred trainer, no surprise to some around the mile, Gonzalo Anderson. He's got a few horses that are nominated for next weekend.
Absolutely. Looks like we just saw one of them on the screen as well with the Century Casino Oaks saddle towel. I'm not sure if that was Kitty House, but he's got really quite a barn full of rockets, so to say, a lot of speedy horses. But Kitty House has really impressed me in her trail up to the Century Casino Oaks. She went down to Turf Paradise, pretty successful down there as well. It's just pretty tough to get past GM Foxy this year.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be a very interesting running of the Century Casino Oaks at Dad Gonzalo Anderson. He's got multiple horses nominated for the Canadian Derby as well. He's got Dancing Porky, who won the Grand Prairie Derby, Ginger's Giant, putting on the foil, who we definitely know around the mile for sure. Smooth Sicario just broke the maiden a couple of weeks ago, and that's what I'm here for. All nominated for Gonzalo Anderson for this year's Canadian Derby.
Pretty much the guinea horse he sends out is live, does have a chance as well. Looks like we just got a look on the screen that was ready to tap and sing for the Tom Kenway barn. That's a horse that we've seen win some stakes as well. If I'm not mistaken, I think this one actually did win the Canadian Juvenile 2-year-old stake a couple years back around Canadian Derby time too.
Getting a look at the gray on your screen now. Holidays again with a nice runner-up finish just a few weeks ago at the mile.
Absolutely. This was a pretty strong 2-year-old as well, coming in for the Tim Rycroft barn. Of course, we're mentioning earlier that Tim Rycroft will be saddling Accidental Genius in the Canadian Derby this year. At least that's what the plan is. We don't have the entries just yet, but newly acquired horse for the Tim Rycroft barn. Should be coming in soon, but Holidays, again, like you mentioned, a nice runner-up finish, and maybe just kind of getting his legs underneath him for his 3-year-old year.
Yeah, Tim Braycroft's got a number of horses nominated for next weekend. Like you said, Accidental Genius for the Canadian Derby. A couple of horses for the Speed to Spare. He's got Ghostly Spitfire, Stakes Placed, and Quarterback Dak. Northlands Distaff's got Silkstone in that one. Could be a contender there. And the Century Casino Oaks, he's got No More Lies for this year's running.
I believe No More Lies actually did work yesterday. So, like we mentioned, we did have some rainy weather this week. So, a couple horses have already worked prior to today. But I believe No More Lies was on the work tab yesterday. Attack, also a big Canadian Derby contender, recorded a work yesterday. He did. It went 4 furlongs in 46 and change. I've heard he worked very well, so he'll likely have a couple walk days and will be sharp enough for the Canadian Derby. Again, Manitoba Derby winner, and we do have the $100,000 Western Canadian Derby Series. So if anybody can win all 3 races, there's a nice big bonus for the connections.
Yeah, I gotta like that. And if Attack runs the way he worked out yesterday, could be one to consider in this year's Canadian Derby. As we await a couple of our contenders for this year's running of the Canadian Derby and Century Casino Oaks. Attack is definitely on the right track when it comes to trying to capture the second leg.
Absolutely. Also looking back to the work tab from yesterday, a couple of the undercard stakes horses, likely stakes horses, like mentioned, have worked as well. No Rejoice, I believe, is nominated for the Century Casino Oaks, was on that work tab. Al Reichert for the Madison Zielke barn had to work yesterday as well. That one, the Journal Handicap winner, pretty solid horse so far. I mean, this year, last year, he's been pretty fun to watch so far. Hyper Focus as well. That one lightly raced, but he's definitely one to watch. I believe I heard that we should have Tone It Up coming out to work shortly. That is one of our past Century Casino Oaks winners.
Yeah, I remember that Tone It Up race, and it was just very exciting race at that. And Tone It Up came from the back, went up the rail. Those were her glory days, that's for sure. But yeah, she'll be coming out to the racetrack shortly. That Nicholson trainee.
Getting a look now at Tone It Up, as mentioned, a past Century Casino Oaks winner a couple years back. Don't test me on my trivia. I don't remember exactly what year that was off the top of my head. But a nice older mare coming into the top of the stretch right now. She looks fantastic.
I guess that was 2022, I think it was, and she got caught at the end there and blew up the toe board in the finale. And still got that same stride going there, and if she was in a race, there'd probably be about 5-10 in front of her right now, but she always has that late closing kick.
She's moving out nicely. Of course, for any of the horses that we'll see having a tune-up for Canadian Derby, I don't necessarily want to see them working too hard, but I like to watch a gallop out as well, see how strong they are, especially if they're going to be working or racing a little bit of a longer distance. I like to see a nice strong gallop out. Coming in front of us now, just before the wire, you can see those pretty easy to spot on the track blinkers of Willow Creek, the green and blue. It's nice to see the Robbie Henson connections out this year. First year at Century Mile, having come in here from Hastings, and he's had himself a pretty strong first season here.
Yeah, he's third in the trainer standings, and shipped a couple horses here for the Canadian Derby. He's got Pioneer Storm King, who is definitely one to consider. He did handle the longer distance last time, 1.25 miles for the Canadian Derby. And the other one, he's got Tishan entered for the Speed to Spare. That race Tishan had last week was the most exciting race of the year. He came off the rail and just caught Jay Dutton at the end, but that was the loudest crowd pop I have heard all 2025 so far.
Absolutely. That was a fun one, too. And yeah, Jay Dutton, of course, runner-up in the Canadian Derby last year that Tishan managed to get by just at the wire. And talking about the horses that Robbie Henson is bringing into the Derby, technically he's got another one to add to his stable, and that's in Rondolito, who is his dad, Steve Henson's trainee from Hastings, going to make the trip over here. You can find some of the behind-the-scenes stories thanks to Curtis Stock on the Horse Racing Alberta website, thehorses.com. Get a nice article on some of those contenders. I don't believe Steve Henson is going to make the trip out for Derby from BC, but he's going to leave him in the trustworthy hands of Robbie, so that's another element to look. I believe Rondolito has won at least the last 2, possibly 3 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, has won a couple stake races there. Chris Lozeth, Ross McLeod Stakes. Won the BC Cup Sir Winston Churchill Derby trial as well, so definitely trending in the right direction. And if the last name is Henson, you got to throw a bet on it, you would think.
Absolutely. There's one coming into the top of the stretch for a nice morning breeze. Getting a look now at Madison Zielke trainee coming into the top of the stretch for a nice work here. I believe this is newly acquired She's My Niece. Madison being one of our younger female trainers on the track. Like mentioned earlier, she's saddled Al Reichert as well, our Journal Handicap winner. Pretty solid, fun horse to watch as well. Getting a little head-on shot down the back stretch. Looks like that's Jerry Robertson trainee Smart Play. He's a pretty easy one to spot with that unique snip on his nose. Martin Ortiz, regular rider for Jerry Robertson, galloping him today. We've seen this one in stakes company before. He's had a pretty solid year. Very speedy horse.
Yeah, very tough to beat around these parts, especially going long. One of those horses like to be on the lead. And getting a good look at him right now on the track, taking in some Saturday morning air.
I believe we also have Kawhi Dan out on the track who might be working this morning. That's another horse you'll see likely with Smart Play, some pretty solid allowance level horses. Kind of hoping to have a decent open allowance on Derby Day as well to stack that up. Horses who might not run in the speed to spare would fill that one up pretty nicely too, I'm sure. Also can spot the Marvin Buffalo colors out there, or maybe not necessarily colors, but the Buffalo itself. There's Marvin galloping this morning. They had a nice win yesterday with Love Above and Beyond. That horse has just been so impressive this year.
Oh, yeah, and just getting things started, I think, with another race win streak. And that 6-race win streak broken by Julian Grace, who finished behind Love Above and Beyond a few times at Turf Paradise and got the tables turned for the first start here. But Love Above and Beyond is now just getting used to the track, and I can see another race win streak coming on.
Absolutely. It's nice to see the trainers out there galloping their horses as well. It gives them, I think, an extra element of knowing what they've got, how their horses are feeling. Of course, the Buffaloes did move their stable to Century Mile, having previously been based out of Assiniboia. They have gone down to the States for the last few years as well, but relatively smaller barn. They'll have a couple entries in today. I believe Dark Passenger is one of them that will be running on our card today, one of the maiden races. There's a look at Craig Smith trainees. That might be Kwai Dan if I'm not mistaken, but of course Craig Smith, always a powerhouse barn for both thoroughbreds and quarter horses too.
Yeah, he's got some very tough contenders coming into next weekend, and second in the trainer standings right now for the thoroughbred side of things, not too far behind for his combined total with the quarter horses as well. But Craig's having himself a good year, and could be a better weekend coming up in just a week away.
Getting a nice look now at, this might be a shot in the dark, but I want to say this could be possibly quarterback Dak. Looks like the Tim Rycroft barn. Rashid Hughes up, if my eyes aren't deceiving me. Rashid will have Take Charge Tom in the Canadian Derby this year.
Yeah, Tim Rycroft's got a few solid contenders for next weekend, including quarterback Dak, who we're getting a look now. Something to consider for the Speed to Spare. Wide open Speed to Spare at that, considering the nominations. Getting a look at possible speed to spare Stone Vicious for the Jim Brown Barn. Winner and allowance optional claiming coming into the race. Seems to be trending into the right direction. Also the winner of the Millerville Derby.
This one's a fun one to watch, too. I always love a horse with a good closing effort, and that is Stone Vicious. I remember seeing him at Turf Paradise before he came up to Century Mile, and I think that race he only finished third, but closed up a huge amount of ground. I think he should like the Century Mile track, the long stretch. We'll get a nice look at him working this morning. Looks like that's Kyle Carter aboard as well.
Yeah, one of the horses definitely to consider next weekend as he is trending in the right direction. And agree with you there. The farther he goes, the more racetrack he wants, the better he'll do.
And there should be some speed to run at in there as well. Looking at the speed to spare nominations, of course, you've got the Barb Heads duo, Apprehend and Add Attention. I do believe that Apprehend was nominated for the Long Acres Mile, though, so I'm not sure if that one will make the trip back to Century Mile. Also nominated for the Speed to Spare that just crossed in front of us, actually, is Tishan, or who I like to say, Titan. Sounds a little bit better, but it'll be a tough field in there. Bazinga Karma, one of the Van Overshot trainees, should be a speed for Stone Vicious to run at. Again, that's Stone Vicious coming into the top of the stretch right now for this work. I love to see when watching a work where the jockey is just barely moving, letting the horse move out underneath him nice and easy, not interfering too much, just letting him find his stride comfortably. I've always respected Kyle Carter, very quiet rider. think that.
Getting a good look now at putting on the foil possible contender for the Canadian Derby. For trader Gonzalo Anderson, coming into the race very nicely. He's always been placing in the money so far in 2025.
Like mentioned earlier, a lot of the Gonzalo Anderson trainees are pretty stacked up here, but putting on the foil again, impressive 2-year-old. Coming into the 3-year-old year, also very solid. I think he's going to be working in company today.
The only question mark for putting on the foil for me is the 1.25 mile distance, but the way he's been running so far in 2025, and depending on how good he works out here, definitely want to consider next week.
Dancing Porky, one of the other Gonzalo Anderson trainees that'll be lined for the Derby. Should also be there. That one's kind of an interesting one. Came up from the States. Actually raced in Mexico before as well. That's your Grand Prairie Derby winner. But I am excited to see what putting on the foil is going to do here. Definitely a horse who has some a pace element for the race. We'll get a nice look at putting on the foil as he comes in front of the grandstand as they head to the backside to start that work.
Stakes runner-up for putting on the foil in 2 of the last 3 starts. Had that allowance winner 2 starts back, and Luis Contreras was riding on the last one for the Count Latham second place finish. And we'll see who puts on putting on the foil for next week, but getting a good look coming in front of us here in front of the grandstand.
Dare I say there's some sun coming out at this time too. I think putting on the foil would like a bit of a nicer track to work with as well. It was a little bit rainy for his last start, a little bit of an off track. Kind of makes the handicapping a little bit trickier this year, honestly. We've had so many rainy days that can affect the way that the track plays. So when you're looking through the past performances, kind of have to factor that in when you're looking at the times that these horses run in or their preferred running style too.
Yeah, definitely hard to track on a wet fast track, say, or a sloppy track for those stake races coming into the next weekend. But if it's a fast track next weekend, you definitely know the horses that are going to be in play. If it is sloppy, you're going to know the horses who can run in the slop. As getting a look at putting on the foil now, I think I'm going to throw this one in if he gets into the Canadian Derby. Just been running so lights out. He's never finished out of the top 2.
This one was almost $35,000 purchase at the Alberta sale. Nicely bred by Counterforce, who I'm actually excited. Counterforce has moved to Empire Equestrian, I believe, so he'll be standing there. I'd expect to see some pretty nice yearlings coming up at the September sale. Chili Chines, the mare for putting on the foil, also has produced some nice horses. You can see now getting a look at him as they're gearing up for this work. He knows what he's doing. He knows his job. He's looking a little hot. I would assume they don't want to put him too hard here. Just a nice little tune-up, tighten the screws before the big day. But, man, he wants to go.
Yeah, he's had a decent work count coming out of that count. Latham as well, 101 and 3. And going to get a look at him down the backstretch here.
I believe he's working with a Tenzioni, another older horse in the Gonzalo Anderson barn. I'd like to see him relax into this a little bit. You can see his nose is up there. He definitely does not want to be too set back here. Interesting to see them Looks like they're holding him off of him a little bit as a horse who likes to run on the lead. I would like to see the ability to pass some horses. I do think if you've got a speed horse, one that absolutely needs the lead, kind of can restrict you in a big race like that.
Yeah, with his workout partner there, Tenzioni, put about a half-length lead on him, but putting on the foil, probably teaching him a few things there and learning to come back on the inside and come back for more.
You can see how much he's relaxed now from the beginning of his work, getting a little bit of a hustle to have a nice strong finish here, just leaving a Tenzioni in the dust.
Nice turn of foot towards the latter part of that workout, and it's putting on the foil.
Getting a look now at who we believe is Wood Ceiling. You can pick out that Diodoro tack pretty darn easily. It's always nice to see whatever horse Diodoro brings in here. Wood Ceiling has already a stake under his belt, winner of the Western Canada. Daniel Garcia galloping him right now. I believe Jose Asensio has the ride for this one. Second place finisher in the Turf Paradise Derby.
Yeah, that first start here at the mile was just so impressive. Actually, put away putting on the foil in that 6 furlong sprint. Same race, Pioneer Storm King was in. Pioneer Storm King went off as the favorite, but Wood Ceiling, I think, will like the added distance and looks pretty solid there on the racetrack.
I'm wondering if we'll see kind of a similar race to the Derby a couple years ago where you had Red Knobs and Great Escape, the two Diodoro trainees, go 1-2. Red Knobs was the winner of the Manitoba Derby, but Great Escape got it done that year. So, of course, Diodoro will send out Take Charge Tom as well, who's another very solid 3-year-old. Did cross the wire first in the Manitoba Derby. I think Wood Ceiling should be one of your pace elements as well. Hoping he can come from just off of it. Looks like a nice little gallop today. Diodoro also has a couple other horses nominated. I believe he's got some in the Oaks, too.
Yeah, that third place finish in the Count Latham. So went fast track that day. And Pioneer Storm King, where the rail was gold, went wire to wire. It's a little bit tough to handicap considering those conditions, but we'll take a look at Wood Ceiling here and see what he can do this morning and hopefully get a better rating than the last couple of workouts.
Give a nice shout out to Horse Racing Alberta as well. We'll share their latest feature, but they have a great video on Diodoro. Of course, you know the name. He's won all kinds of kinds. Nice to see him come back to Century Mile every so often, but a great feature on kind of his journey through Alberta horse racing, his rise to fame, so to say. But anytime Diodoro ships horses here, you know that they're live. Nice gallop, looks nice and comfortable, very professional. Nice look at the Jerry Robertson training, just finishing up that gallop. Now we're looking at Alex Marty aboard one of the William Leach trainees, quarter horse out there. Alex, a multi-talented jockey, both riding the thoroughbreds and quarter horses, and he is a past Canadian Derby winning jockey himself, having won a couple years back on Uncharacteristic. We've seen Alex back in the winner's circle recently as well, which is always nice to see. Of course, he did have a little bit of a layoff after a bit of an accident this year, so it's great to see him out there back in the winner's circle again. I'd expect to see him on a live Canadian Derby mount this year as well. I'm not too sure which horse we're getting to look at, but the Bank of America Challenge is coming up for the quarter horses on the Friday before Derby. First post will be 6:15 in there, and again, if you've got a William Leach horse, you know it's going to be a live one.
For sure, and Alex Marty got to the Williams enclosure. Nice stakes win here yesterday on the quarter horse Alberta Stallion Stakes Derby, and won't be a surprise if we see them in some stakes company and heading to the winners enclosure on the thoroughbred side of things. And like you said, that next Friday, Canadian Juvenile Stakes to go alongside the Bank of America Challenge and the Princess Margaret Stakes. So we'll see the 2-year-olds of the Friday nights before getting into the main event next Saturday.
If I were to take a guess, I would say that might be Fired for the William Leach barn. Now we're getting a look at what I believe to be an Anderson Ward trainee coming into the top of the stretch here. Anderson Ward does have a horse nominated in the Canadian Derby. Fancy like that. Kind of a cool one with that. I think it was an $8,000 claim as a maiden. Jumped up to in special weight company. Won that one. Ran third against some winners before. Not too sure if we'll see that one out on the track. I can't pinpoint which one this one is, but looks great, moving out nicely.
Yeah, if you can go from a claiming event to winning some stakes company, then be a great hats off accomplishment there to Anderson Ward. But nominated fancy like that, and you never know with some of those claimers, especially when they find their right turn of foot at the right time.
Well, you know, looking at past Canadian Derby winners, Uncharacteristic was an $8,000 claim, went on to win both the Manitoba Derby and Canadian Derby. So you never know if you can find some little hidden gems in there. Even a horse like we've seen win stakes before, Decoy, for the Olivia Kettleson barn. I believe that one was only a $1,000 purchase. Big Hug, that's one that was a steal of a deal. And let's talk Distaff a little bit. Big Hug will be the likely heavy favorite in that one. I think this is the first Northlands Distaff we have had in quite a few years where you don't have infinite patience to compete with.
Yeah, that's definitely something to consider, especially she's won ultimately the last 3, and you're going to have a new champion this year, and it's wide open for the Distaff this year as well. You got a couple of Van Overshot horses. We were talking about Van Overshot earlier. Bling Dancer wanted Winnipeg Stakes action, outside post, and you got Force to Reckon With, who always is a force to reckon with. It's going to be wide open for this year's Northlands Distaff as well.
But you know, Barb Heads, yes, she's won the last, I think, 4 Northlands Distaffs, if I'm not mistaken. She's not just going to let it go easy here. She is going to be sending out Havana, who won the Century Casino Oaks last year, so she'll be facing the older mares. We did see Sunblaze come out here for the, I believe that was the Red Smith handicap. She finished just behind Big Hug, but Havana, I think had a little bit of a slower start to the year at Hastings, but did win her last outing. She'll definitely be one to watch and has a huge closing kick too.
Now, getting a look at Dancing Porky, possible Canadian Derby contender, won the Grand Prairie Derby by a convincing 12 lengths, and very, very nice looking on the racetrack.
Absolutely, that's quite the name. I gotta say, Dancing Porky. That was a very easy Grand Prairie Derby win. We've seen this one a couple times at Century Mile. You know, when I was looking into Dancing Porky a little bit, just discovered a random fun fact about him. He was Honor AP's first winner. So the sire Honor AP, Dancing Porky, got the first win. Kind of an interesting past performance history when you look at him. Made the start at Turf Paradise in April of 2024. Third the first out. Ended up winning the second start. Had another start at Turf Paradise before going down to Mexico City. Two starts over there, didn't show too much before coming back up to Turf Paradise. Made a trip to Santa Anita. Has tested the turf before, didn't really show too much there before coming to Century Mile and winning that outing, beating That's What I'm Here For and Border Song, who are both nominated for the Canadian Derby.
Also held off Attack a couple of starts prior, finished fourth, same race as Dancing Porky, who finished second. Attack ultimately won the Manitoba Derby. Dancing Porky, definitely one to have in your tickets for the Canadian Derby.
But, you know, you mentioned beating Attack in that race. I'm going to give Attack a little bit of an excuse there, just kind of comparing the horses a little bit. That was Attack's first start on dirt. Had previously been running on synthetic, tried turf. So the race where he finished fourth had a bit of an excuse, but that was the first time on dirt. Then clearly the second time, he ran pretty darn well. Dancing Porky was a $6,000 purchase. This one owned by Kirk Sutherland. Linton Stedman rode him in his last start. Now I have to say, too, as we're watching Dancing Porky backtrack here, getting ready to start the work, all Gonzalo Anderson's horses, they always look very nicely turned out when they're out on the track as well. I will say he's got a lot of bays in his stable. They're a little tricky to pick out from each other, but he looks great. They're always turned out very nicely.
Yeah, just taking things into consideration here on the racetrack, and Dancing Porky, he's looking to get to the winners enclosure here at Century Mile. Could be getting it done at the $200,000 Canadian Derby, and should be working on shortly.
Looks like he's got a little bit of versatility with his riding style, but he is a more off-the-pace horse, which again, when you're looking at the distance of the Canadian Derby, I like a horse that can close up some ground. Of course, post positions can be a very big factor too, depending where you're starting in the gate with that running style. But I like to see a horse who's got some versatility. When he has raced before, when he won his first start at Century Mile, he initially came from about 5 lengths off. He's won a little bit closer to the pace, but I don't expect to see him right on the front. I think Stablemate putting on the foil will be one of the pace setters, which might set things up nicely for Dancing Porky. Getting a nice look at the big stride on Dancing Porky's, moving so comfortably right now. Very relaxed. 51 and change, moving just very comfortably, very relaxed. I like to see that just as a nice tune up before, of course, the big day.
Yeah, if he's got that stride going next Saturday, definitely got to throw something on Dancing Porky. Just bounding along in that racetrack and looking very good at this morning workout.
Getting a nice look now of two Robbie Henson trainees coming in front of us. Like we were mentioning earlier, Robbie Henson's had a pretty stellar first year at Century Mile after shipping in here from Hastings. You can see these two galloping in company. You'll have Pioneer Storm King, which will definitely be one of your pace setters for the Canadian Derby.
Yeah, definitely turned my eye in that last outing by nearly winning by 4 lengths and holding off some very tough horses in that field. But then again, on the wet fast track, on an inside speed bias, outran the odds, but can you outrun the odds in the 96 Canadian Derby is the big question.
Again, you can find another Curtis Stock article that does feature a little bit more about Robbie Henson and kind of his journey here and some of those horses. Pioneer Storm King looks like he can handle some more distance, looks like he keeps wanting to run. You can see those green colors of Willow Creek Farm. Big operation here. Lots of very competitive horses. Getting a look at now Carson Fry trainee in here, finishing up a gallop. I believe that's Rashid Hughes aboard. Take a stab and guess that that is Raise Money, who's likely one of your contenders for the 2-year-old stakes on the Friday before Derby.
Yeah, next week it is so loaded. Next Friday we got those 3 stake races, Bank of America Challenge for the quarter horses, and the 2-year-old stake races to go alongside the action-packed Saturday, the Dale Saunders Speed to Spare Championship this year, Northlands Park Distaff, Canadian Derby, Century Casino Oaks, and that draw will be taking place on Tuesday afternoon.
Of course, it is very special to have that Speed to Spare now named in honor of the late Dale, the Colonel Saunders. That'll be a special one. I believe we'll have Barb Saunders on site to present the trophy that day. But it's a very, very exciting week ahead. But you know what? We're chatting a lot about next week. We still have some races to get through today.
Yeah, we got the Alberta Stallion Stakes Futurity tonight. And after seeing the Alberta Stallion Stakes Derby, the full field of 10, tonight's race should be no less exciting. And some good fields tonight as well.
See the colors of Colleen O'Hagan out there on the gray. I'll take a guess and say that might be Bobby Dazzler. I think that's one of the few grays she's got aside from Isle of Skye. Colleen's got a relatively small operation as well, but has been pretty competitive at that.
Yeah, Bobby Dazzler did come absolutely charging late. Just got a little bit short of room in the late going, but Bobby Dazzler, it's definitely one to look out for the next outing.
Looks like we've got a couple of drops of rain. It's a little cloudy out there. We'll be taking a quick maintenance break, I believe, from 9:15, which is right about now, to 10 o'clock. They'll harrow the track and then be back with some more training. Of course, like mentioned too, we have had some rainy days, so a couple of our Canadian Derby or stakes contenders have already worked a little bit earlier this week. If you are interested in seeing the work tabs, you can always go to our Equibase page and take a look at who's already been out on the track this year. We've had a couple horses already, though, thanks to all of our horsemen, Gonzalo Anderson, for sending out some of his. We got a nice look at putting on the foil, Dancing Porky today, a couple of those contenders. Nice to see Wood Ceiling out there galloping. Of course, tuning up for the big day. Let's just hope we get all of the rain and the clouds out of the way this week and have a beautiful week next week.
Yeah, it could rain as much as it wants until Thursday at least, and then
Exactly.
we'll be praying for the sun. But get those tickets for the 96 Canadian Derby if you haven't yet. We're just 1 week away. We'll be there. Horses will be there. It's going to be a great weekend of racing, as it always is at the mile. Just a little extra excitement before we get underway, just 7 days away.
Absolutely. So, of course, yeah, racing today starting at 4:45, and then the entries for the weekend will take place on Monday. So at least we'll know our Friday race days. Tuesday, August 19th, will be the post position draws, beginning 12:30 in the paddock room if you're able to join us in person. That'll be upstairs on the second floor. It'll also be live streamed on our YouTube and Facebook page. The live post position draws for the Canadian Derby and the 3 undercard stakes as well. Kind of fun with the Canadian Derby and the Oaks is the connections will pick their own post positions. So as they do the draw, somebody will get to choose where they're going to be starting from for the Canadian Derby. So that's a fun event. And once you get the post position draws underway, then it all comes together.
Then the handicapping starts, and my head will not be leaving the program all week next week. Won't be leaving the computer, and yeah, we gotta get we gotta pick some winners here for next Friday and Saturday. All those important big pools on our big day. That $50,000 guaranteed pick 4, $25,000 guaranteed pick 5 as usual, and they'll be laying some money down.
You know, I have to redeem myself after the Manitoba Derby day. Their pick 5 was live all the way through, disqualification, everything until the last leg. So we're going to be looking to make some more money on Canadian Derby Day. There's also a golf tournament happening at Red Tail Landing right next door. If you're watching the track, you can almost see it right now on the screen. Red Tail, right over the fence there. We'll have a golf tournament in support of the HRA Backstretch Foundation as well. So if you are still interested in golfing, I believe they do have some spaces available. That's always a fun one that really just gets you ready for Derby Day. You know, shake the pre-race nerves off, let's say that. Have a couple beverages.
For sure.
Hit some balls.
Definitely, as they are right now. But getting things started for Derby week here. And thank you all for joining us for the Derby preview thus far. Like you said, a couple of horses did see from the Diodoro barn and the Gonzalo Anderson barn make this punt.
There you go. He's got it. No pressure. This isn't creepy at all. Can he do it? We can't see the hole, but we'll say he got it.
Doesn't I don't know. I don't know. Body language doesn't really compare there, but body language of those Canadian Derby horses this morning, especially the ones that we saw, definitely in my page there for next week.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a nice morning out there watching everybody, whether it's our stakes contenders, whether it's any of our undercard horses. It's always great to get a look at these horses in the morning, see who's riding them, see how they're moving, see how they're traveling. It's, gives you a little bit of an insider scoop for your future handicapping.
And all you got to do is show up at 7 a.m. and check it out with us here at the Mile. And I think it's pretty much going to wrap it up.
Yeah, well, the gates are closed. We'll let these ones finish up. There'll be a quick maintenance break again from 9:15 to 10 o'clock, and then the track will be open from 10 to 12.
And welcome back to the second part of the morning workouts. Coming back onto the racetrack. It's all nice and ready to go. And we're getting a look at a Van Overshot trainee here coming onto the racetrack.
Two of them actually heading out right now. If you're just joining us, I'll give you a little bit of a recap of some things we got going on. Here we're getting a look at Alexander Marty aboard here, being ponied out there. One of our past Canadian Derby winning jockeys. Just tailing behind him, Brian Boudramsing, who will be on Border Song for the Canadian Derby. Of course, we don't officially know as of yet. Entries, post position draws will be on Tuesday, but that is one of your contenders. I'm very curious, actually, to see how Border Song could perform in there. It did make the trip over to Manitoba for the Manitoba Derby. Unfortunately, got a little bit interfered with, so to say, early in the race. Still managed to finish fourth, though.
Yeah, there was a very eventful run at that, and just had no room on the rail there. But like to say there, if he does get a clean trip, does get into one of these races, should be very interesting to see.
Of course, Canadian Derby Day coming up in exactly a week, Saturday, August 23rd. You can get your tickets online at centurymile.com. We've gotten a good look at a couple horses so far this morning. Before the break, we saw Putting on the Foil and Dancing Porky both work for the Gonzalo Anderson barn. They're both nominated for the Canadian Derby. We've got 4 major stakes races happening on Canadian Derby Day. Of course, Canadian Derby is your headliner, $200,000 stake, $100,000 Century Casino Oaks for the 3-year-old fillies, $75,000 Northlands Distaff for the older mares, and the Dale Colonel Saunders Speed to Spare Championship this year for the older boys. Should be a competitive field at that. We have had quite a bit of rain over the last a couple months, but I think that has affected our work. So some of these stakes horses have already worked earlier in the week, so we won't get to see them today. Either they're on walk days or just galloping today. We also saw Wood Ceiling, Robertino Diodoro trainee out galloping this morning too. We'll see if we get a couple more after the break, but just getting a little bit of a behind the scenes of the starting gate, some gate schooling today. Some Rob Van Overshot trainees going out there. I've got a couple Craig Smith trainees on the track as well. He'll be sending out Attack in the Canadian Derby.
Also, to go alongside that action-packed Saturday, the Friday nights, we see the future stars for the 2-year-olds, the Canadian Juvenile Princess Margaret, and the all-important quarter horse race as well, the Bank of America Challenge, a 440-yard dash. That'll be on the Friday night. So we're going to look at these 2 horses at the gate. About to break shortly. I was almost tempted to say, and they're off there. Usually it's that memory muscle there, but good break out of the gate, and they're going.
Nice gate work for the two Van Overshot trainees.
Getting a look at possible Derby contender, fancy like that for Anderson Ward. Had a nice stride going here this morning, and only had a short claim there just a couple of races ago, and a very impressive maiden-breaking win and a nice third-place finish last out.
For Theo Ward as the owner, which is always exciting to see. This will be likely one of your longer shots on the board, but kind of an interesting horse. I mean, maybe call it a risky claim, but definitely paid off as well on that jump up in class, winning in maiden special weight company. Did just run, a decent third behind some tough horses too. So this could be one of the lesser experienced in the field. But in Canadian Derby, anything can happen.
Anybody can go that mile and a quarter distance, and anybody who's in the starter gate has a shot to win. Fancy like that could be there. Like you said, could be a little bit of a long shot play if it does get to the races, but getting a look at him right now, and looking pretty solid there. Pretty sound on the track right now.
It is exciting too to see some of these smaller barns have a Derby contender. I mean, to even just get into the Canadian Derby, to have a strong 3-year-old who can be competitive there is a really exciting thing. Just to follow along the journey is pretty cool. Again, we're still looking at Fancy Like That. Anderson Ward trainee nominated for the Canadian Derby. Nominations closed with 16 of those being colts and geldings. We had one filly nominated in there. Unfortunately, I don't believe she'll be making the trip up to Century Mile. But Fancy Like That is one of your contenders, likely one of the longer shots, a little bit less experience than some of the rest of the horses here. Newly acquired by the Anderson Ward barn. Nice casual gallop for Fancy like that, looking pretty relaxed on the track. We'll now get a look at one of our 2-year-old contenders for the stakes races happening on Friday before Derby. I believe we're getting a look at Playful now, another Gonzalo Anderson trainee.
Going to be very surprised if Gonzalo Anderson doesn't get to the Woodies at closure next week, leading trainer here at the mile. And he's got 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, don't matter. He's just absolutely loaded up in that barn. And we'll catch that action next Friday night for the 2-year-olds Future Stars Nights.
Playful is a 2-year-old filly by Violence out of the mare Pleased by Bernardini. Owned and bred by Newtown Anner Stud Farm. Kind of a newer name to Century Mile this year.
Yeah, they've had a few winners in the NYRA circuit so far this year, and does have one winner here at the mile for that ownership group, and looking to do the same here next weekend.
Getting a nice look at this work now. Playful already does have a win under her belt. Came back to run 5th in the kindergarten stake on August 2nd. Nice comfortable gallop out for the Gonzalo Anderson trainee, I believe under Keyshawn Balgobin. Getting a look at a Ron Greaves trainee on the track right now. Ron's had a pretty good year so far. I believe he's sitting between 4th, 5th in the standings. I'm sure we'll see some of his horses in the undercard races as well if he doesn't have any stakes contenders this year.
He's had a good few last weekends here at the mile, including a 30-1 nightcap winner just a few Saturdays ago. Always knocking on the door with his horses, and just behind the top 3 for the trainer standings and in the top 5.
It's a busy morning for the Gonzalo Anderson barn. I believe there goes Saxon Saigon recording a work today. Like mentioned a little earlier, too, we've had quite a few horses already record their tune-up works for Canadian Derby Day a little bit earlier in the week. Kind of have to be a little bit selective with the weather that we're getting lately. Take advantage of the sunny, warmer days while we've got them.
Pretty decent work there by Saxon Sag. A nice gallop out and very nice work out there heading down the back stretch. One of those Gonzalo Anderson trainees should be loaded up for next weekend for the leading Century Mile trainer so far.
Of course, we're talking a lot about Canadian Derby Day, 1 week away, but we also do have a full card of racing this afternoon, or evening, I guess I should say. First post at 4:45. We'll have 8 races with 2 quarter horse races to kick things off, including the Alberta Stallion Stakes Futurity, a really strong field of 2-year-old quarter horses here.
Yeah, and that race is so wide open. You got a 2-1 favorite, 15-1 longest shot, Morning Lion. And there's a lot of horses that are unproven in that race, but for that quarter horse dash, anybody can get it, whoever gets the jump. And Hunt Cerveza is the 2-1 morning line favorite in that race. The Moreno Leach lethal jockey trainer combo, they got the morning line choice.
They'll also likely be sending out some bullets in the Bank of America Challenge. That's also going to be Friday before Derby. That's August 22nd. Quarter horse stakes action, and we'll also have the 2-2-year-old stakes for the thoroughbreds like we've been mentioning as well.
And that'll be one of the more competitive quarter horse races of the meet. Everybody's trying to win that big belt buckle. And the Bank of America Challenge right here at the mile next Friday on the 22nd.
You know, I have been hearing that elusive belt buckle. I think some of those thoroughbred jockeys also want to get a quarter horse win under their belt just for the sake of the buckle.
Piece of the action there, and yeah, it's pretty heavy there right on your belt.
Getting a nice shot of a couple more Craig Smith trainees coming out onto the track. Craig Smith will be sending out Attack in the Canadian Derby, winner of the Manitoba Derby. Also in the Manitoba Derby this year was Border Song. We did mention, and we will be able to get a look at shortly, or I believe right now, on the pony coming out. Coming back to these two Van Overshot trainees that we're getting a look at now. This will be Border Song and Northern Force. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like Northern Force is with the pony. We did see him compete in last year's Canadian Derby. Following just behind would be Border Song. This will be, I think, you'll get a decent price on him in the Canadian Derby. Has already won at Century Mile, and both of those wins over 6 lengths each, I think, in each of them.
Yeah, we'll do better with the extension of the distance. Won pretty comfortably going a mile. That's a kind of off the pace running style, a little bit of a stalking position we'll be looking for. And Border Song could be one to consider, especially after that trouble trip in the last outing. These two are going to be going a 6 furlong work that we'll be checking out shortly.
I think his thing just might be that he doesn't like the off track, because usually he had a little bit of a pattern going. Some of those lesser races were on a bit of an off track, but I'm really curious to see how he's going to fare in the Canadian Derby again. He still ran pretty solid in the Manitoba Derby for being really heavily interfered with. He checked very hard. He was in the one hole, so right along the rail. I think his chances were kind of dwindled pretty early into the race, but he still showed a lot of heart. He has impressed me so far. A Texas bred, not too often that you see those here.
Another Texas bred Bling Dancers one to consider for the Van Overshot barn as well. Van Overshot loading him up for next weekend.
Bling Dancer is such a fun horse to watch as well. She's easy to spot, very chromy, big white face. You'll see they're breaking away from the pony here. You'll have Alex Marty on one, Brian Boudramsing on the other, I believe. I have to give some love to Ironside Stables as well, Border Song owned by JDP Holdings and Ironside. They do a fantastic job on social media as well. If you're interested, Ironside Stables does have their own Facebook page. I believe that's Darla behind it. She posts some great educational content too. So if you're interested a little bit more about what goes on behind the scenes, what it takes to get the horses to the races, it's a really educational page. You can learn a lot from it, and she's very interactive as well, answering lots of questions. We see a lot of the rise of social media, GoPro videos. I know Alex Marty has posted a couple of those this year as well, but definitely recommend checking out Ironside Stables. Getting a look at the beginning of this work now. Nice strong finish here. Border Song sticking his nose ahead.
Very solid gallop bound for that 6 furlong work. He did a couple whip taps there to keep up to the stablemate. But in the stretch, ended up getting him in the end there. And a nice gallop bound for Border Song.
Looking at the gallop out of Cottonwood, Devon's Stead trainee. Get another small barn. Devon's always been active on the backside, a pony person, trainer, gallop girl. She does about just everything. Cottonwood came up from the States this year, only a couple starts so far. Be watching him next time out.
Definitely tell he's getting used to the dirt as well, racing previous on the turf down in Arizona. I think this horse will get better with each start on the dirt and with each workout as well.
It's always interesting to see the horses who come from different surfaces. We'll see a lot of Woodbine horses come here. Usually it seems to take them about a start or two to kind of get their footing, get used to the dirt if they haven't run on it before.
Getting a look at Northland's distaff hopeful Cardinal Rose for the Gonzalo Anderson barn. And getting used to the racetrack here. Leisurely gallop down the backside.
Believe she will be picking up a work shortly. You know, we have to say thanks to the Gonzalo Anderson barn. They're giving us a lot to talk about today. Got a busy morning of workers, but Cardinal Rose, BC, bred by Rollis, coming off of back-to-back wins, actually. I think that last effort took a little bit of a bump up in class, but I think the track was playing in the favor. She'd definitely be facing the toughest that she's seen in the Northlands Distaff if they opt to run her there.
Yeah, definitely taking a big step up for that race, but she is trying to get the right direction.
We chatted a bit about the Northlands Distaff already. The $75,000 stakes going to be for fillies and mares 3 and up, a mile, 70 yards. And it's going to be an interesting one. I think the last 4 years have gone to Infinite Patience. Every time she comes in here and steals the money, but she has since been retired from racing after a very successful career. I believe she was bred to Heartspun, if I'm not mistaken. But, of course, Barb Heads isn't going to let them off too easy. She'll be shipping Havana, last year's Centric Casino Oaks winner, over here to compete in the distaff. Of course, Big Hug is going to be the one to watch there. She's won just about everything. Hasn't gotten the distaff added to her resume as of yet. Some of the other nominees for the Northlands distaff do include Bling Dancer, who we were chatting about for the Van Overshot barn. We've seen a couple of their horses already out here this morning. Bling Dancer coming off of a nice win, shipped over to Manitoba and cleaned house there. couple of the other ones to watch. For the Northlands Distaff, Air Force might be making the trip here from BC as well. Force to reckon with, another Van Overshot trainee. Maturity date now for Carla Christofferson, just recently claimed off of Robertino Diodoro. Silkstone also competed in the Century Casino Oaks last year. Also nominated for the Northlands Distaff. Our correction, I believe this one on your screens right now is Cardinal Rose. As we watch Cardinal Rose get set up for this work, we'll also take a moment to thank and acknowledge all of our hardworking members of the backstretch as well. Of course, these big days like Canadian Derby Day, even just our regular race days, could not be possible without all of these people. They say it takes a village. It takes more than a village, from the exercise riders, jockeys, grooms, chiropractors, vets, farriers. There are so many people involved in even just getting to this point today.
The long hours, the long days make it so worth it once they get that picture taken, especially on Derby Day.
To our gate crew, our track crew, like we've mentioned, and if you've followed along with any of our racing this year, we've gotten a lot of rain, so we do appreciate all of the track crew, everybody who goes into maintaining, grooming the track, making sure that it is safe for the horses so we can get through our race days. Nice look at Cardinal Rose now coming into the turn for this work. Of course, our outriders, pony people as well. There are just so many people involved in getting here today. Nice strong finish under Rashawn Griffith. I'm loving the expression on this one in her gallop out. The ears forward, looks like she wants to keep going. Well, the track is a little bit quieter now after the break. A lot of workers have already fired through. We are very much looking forward to the Canadian Derby. If you are looking to get a little bit more, maybe insights and behind the scenes leading up to the big day, of course, if you're watching the morning training, chances are you're looking for a little bit extra edge on your handicapping. But Curtis Stock and the team at Horse Racing Alberta have put together a couple great articles, some features. Of course, Robertino Diodoro story just came out yesterday, but some great insight. We've also had a couple segments on CTV Morning Live Edmonton. You can meet some of the connections, including one of the owners of Attack. I believe they've got about 12 owners on that. So you do start seeing a little bit more of the ownership lines growing, the syndicates, the partnerships becoming a little bit more popular. Of course, a little bit more of an affordable ownership opportunity. And also, it's like Carrie Freeman has said too, it's a lot of fun when you've got a big group of owners that to cheer on your horses with.
Yeah, the more owners, the more people you have yelling for your horse to cross the finish line first, that's for sure. But a lot of great reads, a lot of great videos being posted here for the next week, and always get goosebumps watching those videos as well, especially with all those exciting races that we see in the past for whoever they're highlighting. And like you said, the latest one, Robertino Diodoro, and just to be announcing some of those races that he has won and all the other races in the past that he's won with all those other great announcers. Great to be part of it.
We've also got a Cheryl Humke trainee coming into the Century Casino Oaks, GM Foxy. She was also featured on CTV Morning Live earlier this week. That's definitely a beast of a horse to watch. You know, I honestly wouldn't even be surprised if she went against the boys sometime, but she's won, I think, her last 3 races by well over 27 lengths combined, so she'll be one to watch. Welcome to Hollywood, hopefully shipping over here from Assiniboia. That's your Manitoba Oaks winner. So we will have a nice little mix of horses from our local ones, the shippers coming up here, BC, Manitoba. Of course, we do have that Western Canadian Derby series. So there is a point system too. So even if they didn't win the Manitoba Derby, you can still get some points through the Canadian Derby and the BC Derby. That's going to be happening, I believe, on September 13th. It is our Fall Classic Day. Alberta Breeders' Fall Classic is always a fun one as well, even as we start talking Canadian Derby and looking at these top 3-year-olds, even the 2-year-olds that we're going to see the day before. It's a whole journey to get there, and it also starts in September with the CTHS Alberta sale. If you're looking to get into horse ownership, the yearling sale is always a fun thing. You get to see maybe some of those future stars, a couple of the top sellers you keep your eye on, add to your virtual stable, and watch to see their progression.
Lots of catalogs on how to get into ownership around here at the mile and in your programs as well. QR codes to go check that out. Go check that out too.
Of course, we do have 50/50 as well. Speaking of QR codes, if you are around the track or if you're watching and wagering online with us throughout. We do have a 50-50 in support of Little Bits Therapeutic Riding Association. They've got a long-standing history with Canadian Derby as well. If you're back around for the Northlands days, you could pick up your Daisy Corsages, but an absolutely fantastic cause. Means a lot to me as well, but you can purchase your 50-50 tickets. That's running all the way through till Canadian Derby Day.
What a 50-50 it'll be for that exciting Canadian Derby Day. And we're getting a look at this live workout of the gates.
Couple of likely these 2-year-olds getting some early experience. A Cheryl Humpke training just got out there nice and quick, though. As things start to wind down, I'll get a frisky look out at this duo out on the track. You can see the pony that is trainer, pony person, exercise rider Devin Stead. Her pony, Regal Candy. He's a former racehorse. He's now, I'd call him superstar pony extraordinaire. You'll see him regularly during the races. But it's always great to see those former racehorses move on to different careers as well. You know, when thinking about Canadian Derby, Dylan, I'll put you on the spot. What is your favorite Canadian Derby memory?
I would have to say going to the track for the very first Canadian Derby that morning, probably the night before I could sleep. A lot of pressure in those days, but 4 years in now, the pressure's getting a little bit less. We get to enjoy it a little bit more and just not think about it too much, really.
Well, you do a great job. We appreciate you, Dylan. I have to say, I think 2020, maybe. Let's call it 2020, a weird COVID year. I think
Very
our
weird.
Canadian Derby was in September that year. We had a crowd of maybe 200 people due to our COVID restrictions, but Real Grace was the winner that year. That was quite the emotional win. Mauricio Malvez, the bug boy at the time, got that win. I think that was 18-1 shot. Of course, we certainly missed the late Shelley Brown, but pretty cool also. And kind of talking about Aftercare as we get a look at former racehorse Sid, Regal Candy, coming in front of us. Real Grace has since retired, gone on to a career, made an appearance down at the Thoroughbred Makeover in Kentucky for Lindsay Turcotte. She's also a big advocate for Aftercare as well, does a lot of great work with her After the Wire program. But Real Grace, I'm in great hands, finished out a very successful racing career. It's kind of cool to see some of these past Canadian Derby winners wherever they are as well. Explode was recently racing here. That was our first 2019 Canadian Derby winner. Real Grace, now a successful dressage horse. Uncharacteristic, we saw kick things off this morning. One of the first horses out on the track. A Belief in This Livin' is currently working at Del Mar in California. A Great Escape, Diodoro horse. That one is still running and winning everywhere.
Yeah, very exciting to see who will be the 96 Canadian Derby winner just 1 week away. And on the second floor, adding to those pictures of the last 6 Derby winners, very beautiful pictures at that, and we'll be adding to that shortly. And a wide open Canadian Derby in terms of the nominations. Can't wait for that draw on Tuesday.
Of course, like you mentioned, post-position draws 12:30. They'll be happening live. We'll be streaming those on our YouTube page, Facebook as well. You can join us in person. We'll be drawing for the 4 stakes races on Canadian Derby Day. $200,000 Canadian Derby, $100,000 Century Casino Oaks, $100,000 Speed to Spare Championship, and the $75,000 Northlands Distaff. All of those 12:30 on Tuesday. There's also a charity golf tournament happening on Wednesday. If you are interested in participating in that, there are still some spots, all in support of the HRA Backstretch Foundation.
Once again, thank you all for sticking around for the Derby workouts this morning. We're glad to have you here with us and watching. And hopefully you got a few pointers there, some good workouts from some very solid Derby contenders.
Absolutely. If you're interested in learning more as well, you can visit our Equibase profile, see all of the recent works this week, all of the nominations for our stakes races. It's a little bit quieter out on the track, but we're going to be back with you starting at, call it 4:30 today?
Something like that. Something like that. We'll be back with you with Century selections as always. Try to give you those winners every Friday, Saturday night at the Mile. And what a Derby preview it was here this morning. We're just 1 week away. I can't believe it's already 1 week away.
It has flown by. You can still catch our races every Friday and Saturday. Again, the Friday before Derby, 6:15 post time. We'll have a couple 2-year-old thoroughbred stakes, the Bank of America Challenge for the quarter horses. And then still a couple more weekends following that. Our closing day of the thoroughbred quarter horse meet will be a Fall Classic Day on September 13th. We'll finish things out with a nice little gate work of what looks like 2 more Gonzalo Anderson trainees. They've kind of held us through, given us a lot to talk about this morning.